Tuesday or Wednesday?
What's that, who is that day? 27th?
I thought you talked to me.
I thought you were
That's
talking
the day
about.
I've got your mental health task force meeting.
That's the one that's at the health department. I thought you were
No,
doing
I thought that's why you had him cornered right.
We go in executive session for
I don't see anything on here. I don't see anything.
twice the same day.
We're on? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Oldham County Fiscal Court. I'm David Vogel, Judge Executive. We're happy to have all of you here today for our meeting, second meeting of the month. If you're able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I see we all were able to stand. I won't say who, but two of the 9 of us up here are getting by with limps today. Tara, please call the roll.
Magistrate Likens.
Present.
Magistrate Tice.
Here.
Magistrate Woozley.
Here.
Magistrate Jeffries.
Here.
Magistrate Hounds.
Here.
Magistrate Hawkins.
Here.
Magistrate Dye.
Present.
Magistrate Logston. Here. Judge Vogel.
Here. Having all members of the fiscal court present, this meeting is now in session. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Judge, I would like to make a request that we move the first closed session, that is KRS 61.810F, to under E3, if it isn't there already.
All right, this is listed wrong on here. It's KRS 61.810 subsection F, which has to do with the
Personnel.
personnel. And we also have a second executive session at the same time. I think we'll do them both at the same time. This one is to 61.810B regarding the real estate, future acquisition or sale of real estate. So
both of those are under E3?
both of those would be under E, and I think we'll do them, in the middle of E, between E and F.
Judge, I also have a request. We move Westport Fire, their tax presentation down below the Oldham County Extension budget and tax presentation.
All right, we can do that. Arrange that schedule, so.
We
Sir,
need
yes.
a second on what she,
What?
we need a second on what she said.
No, I don't think we need a second for that.
Okay.
We're going to have a second for all these changes simultaneously. All in favor? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask, or
Yes.
just one thing? I would just like to ask maybe the court and the folks that are here for a moment of silence for Mr. Jake Luxemburger's family, the young gentleman that got
Right.
passed away the other day.
All right, sure. I think most of you are probably familiar here that Saturday, a young man, 10 years old from Kenwood Elementary School, was killed at the intersection of I-71 and Highway 329 following the course it ended of a chase by state police of a vehicle, a person who had stolen the vehicle, and it ended very tragically for young Jake Luxemburger. His funeral service is going to be Wednesday, tomorrow in Crestwood, visitation from 2 to 8 p.m. So we certainly expend our deepest sympathy to, the family. Not much worse can happen to you than as a family than to lose a young son and something like this. So let's all have a moment of silence and prayer. Thank you. Now I'm going to ask our clerk, Tara Long, to please read the minutes from our last meeting, which occurred on September 5th.
The Oldham County Fiscal Court convened at 2:06 PM with Judge Vogel, Assistant County Attorney Tate Combs, and the following magistrates in attendance: Likens, Tice, Woosley, Jeffries, Hounds, Hawkins, Dye, and Logston. Motion made by Magistrate Dye and seconded by Magistrate Hounds to approve the agenda. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Jeffries and seconded by Magistrate Hounds to approve the minutes of August 15th. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Dye and seconded by Magistrate Hawkins to approve the minutes of August 28th. Motion carried unanimously. There was no public comment. South Oldham Fire Protection District Budget and Tax Presentation. Chairman Dennis Dybel presented information related to the fiscal year 23-24 budget and the ad valorem tax rates, which will increase to the rate of 10 cents per $100 value on real and personal property, 10 cents per $100 value on motor vehicles and watercraft, 10 cents per $100 value on aircraft, and 10 cents per $100 value of in-transit inventory. Representatives from South Oldham Fire Incorporated presented the fiscal year 23-24 budget. Discussion followed. David Bazanis presented findings from the Hunden Competitive Youth Sports Market and Financial Feasibility Study. Motion made by Magistrate Tice and seconded by Magistrate Hawkins to accept the report and not move forward towards Phase 2 of the study. Discussion followed. Motion carried 7-2. Magistrates Likens and Hawkins voted no. Motion made by Magistrate Hounds and seconded by Magistrate Woosley to approve the payment of the payables as submitted. Discussion followed. Magistrate Hounds withdrew the original motion with the approval of Magistrate Woosley. Motion made by Magistrate Woosley and seconded by Magistrate Jeffries to approve the payment of the payables as submitted. Discussion followed. Motion carried 6-3. Magistrate Dye, Hawkins, and Hounds voted no. Motion made by Magistrate Tice and seconded by Magistrate Hounds to transfer a 2007 Ford E350 van to Menifee County Fiscal Court as submitted. Discussion followed. Motion carried unanimously. Jim Urban, Director of Planning and Development, and Adam Beyer, the Code Enforcement Officer, presented evidence to support the petition concerning the dilapidated structure at 11316 Deham Drive. Motion made by Magistrate Woosley and seconded by Magistrate Hounds to allow Planning and Development to conduct the required preliminary investigation of 11316 Deham Drive. Discussion followed. Motion carried 8-0 to 1. Magistrate Logston abstained. Motion made by Judge Vogel and seconded by Magistrate Dye to take a short recess. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Dye and seconded by Magistrate Hounds to return to open session. Motion carried unanimously. 2023 Oldham County Fiscal Court Tax Rate Public Hearing. Motion made by Magistrate Hounds and seconded by Magistrate Jeffries to authorize Judge Vogel to sign Resolution 01090523, adopting the ad valorem tax rate for 2023 at the same rate of 8.7 cents per $100 on real property, 11.8 cents per $100 value on motor vehicles and watercraft, 11.8 cents per $100 value on aircraft as submitted. Judge Vogel opened the floor to public comment. There being none, the public hearing was closed. Discussion followed. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Dye and seconded by Magistrate Hounds to approve the 2023 Oldham County Detention Center policy and procedures as submitted. Discussion followed. Motion carried unanimously. LG&E easement, Oldham County Detention Center. Motion made by Magistrate Jeffries and seconded by Magistrate Woosley to authorize Judge Vogel to sign the deed of easement as submitted. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Woosley and seconded by Magistrate Jeffries to authorize Judge Vogel to sign the KYTC contract for the Kenwood Road project as submitted. Discussion followed. Motion carried 5-4 on a roll call vote. Magistrates Tice, Hounds, Hawkins, and Dye voted no. Motion made by Magistrate Jeffries and seconded by Magistrate Logston to release the current performance surety for the reserves at Leah Spirit, Section 2, to be replaced with a warranty bond in the amount of $54,000 for the period of 1 year, as submitted. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Jeffries and seconded by Magistrate Woosley to release the $72,709.40 performance surety for Judge Cardin Boulevard as submitted. Discussion followed. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Logston and seconded by Magistrate Woosley to accept the benefits renewal package for 2024 and allow Judge Vogel to sign all related paperwork. Discussion followed. Magistrate Dye left the meeting at 4:40 PM. Magistrate Dye returned to the meeting at 4:43 PM. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Judge Vogel and seconded by Magistrate Woosley to hire Shelby Shackelford as building monitor at $10 an hour effective 9/6. Motion made by Magistrate Hounds and seconded by Magistrate Woosley to hire Tamiko Coates as telecommunicator 2, 5-year lateral at $28.24 an hour effective September 8th. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Hounds and seconded by Magistrate Jeffries to promote Sergeant Scott Wolf to Administrative Major at $98,971.44 base annual salary effective September 6th. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Tice and seconded by Magistrate Hawkins to appoint Rollo Fox to the Planning Commission with a term to expire September 5th, 2027. Motion carried 7-2. Magistrates Dye and Likens voted no. Motion made by Magistrate Jeffries and seconded by Magistrate Woosley to reappoint Ann Brown to the Ethics Commission with a term to expire October 18th, 2026. Motion carried unanimously. Motion made by Magistrate Dye and seconded by Magistrate Hounds to adjourn the meeting. Motion carried unanimously and the meeting adjourned at 4:56 PM.
You've heard the reading of our minutes from our last meeting, which was on September 5th. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any corrections?
Judge, there is one correction. Under surplus vehicle, it just reads that we donated the vehicle to Menifee County. I think it should read that we surplused it first and then donated.
All right. Anything else? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is our usual public comment period. Is there anybody here who would like to address the fiscal court who's not scheduled to be on the agenda? Becky Zockline.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I just want to remind everyone that this week is our tire collection event. It begins on Thursday at the State Road Garage. That's at 393 and Morgan Road. And it will be from 9 to 3, both Thursday and Friday. And on Saturday, it will be from 9 to noon. And all tires are welcome, vehicle passenger tires, truck tires. The only tires we do not take are off-road construction tires, foam-filled tires, and solid tires. So all other inflatable tires are welcome.
Magistrate Jeffries.
Just a quick question. Farm tractor tires, are they allowed?
All agricultural tires are allowed, yes. Also, no tires from retailers.
Right.
Right.
And they have to be an Oldham County resident?
No,
No.
they can just have to be a resident of the state of Kentucky. This is sponsored by the state of Kentucky, totally paid for by the state of Kentucky for all the tire recycling. And so anyone from any Kentucky county can come.
Okay, thank you.
Magistrate Woosley.
Ms. Zacklin, over here. Will you have equipment and help on scene to help unload?
The contractor with the state will have the loading equipment and the trucks available on site. We will be providing labor with our the inmates from our recycling center. So we're sort of balancing the costs of this between the county and the state.
Thank you.
Magistrate Dye.
Becky, would you give the dates and times and addresses again? Somebody might
Oh,
call
yes.
give somebody a pencil. Get time to get a pencil and paper.
There are flyers on the table outside and downstairs, but I will definitely repeat it. It is Thursday, September 21st, Friday, September 22nd, and Saturday, September 23rd. Thursday and Friday is from 9 to 3, Saturday from 9 to noon.
Thank you.
That's this week.
This week.
Thank you, Becky.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else here who would like to address the fiscal court, public comment? Seeing no one, will close public comment and go on to first the tax presentation today. Tax and budget, North Oldham Fire Department. Chief, come up. Thank you.
Afternoon, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good to see you. I attached 2 documents. So I have the little fact sheet that just says North Oldham Fire Protection District, and then I have the budget itself. I'm going to speak from the little fact sheet just to sort of keep us timely here. I'll just give you a little bit of background about how the department operates, because I think that affects why we're doing the budgeting that we're doing. So our current operations, we staff 2 full-time firehouses. So we have the one that's in Skylight on 42, and then the one across from North Oldham High School. 2 three-person companies. That's full-time, but we staff them with part-time personnel. We have about 36 part-time employees and 4 full-time command staff. The district, if you're familiar with it, is the Goshen Prospect area, and we're super fortunate that it's one of the fastest growing, and also one of the higher average home costs in the country. In the county. The average home price, depending on where you look, is about $400,000. If you look more on one side than the other, you see different means there. But I think the biggest point is our tax base has been growing at about 4% a year consistently since I've been chief, and that's about 6 years now. I think it's been more like 8 consistently. So that's good news for us. We're super fortunate to have that base. It allows us to do some stuff and be creative about our staffing and operations. We're projecting to take in just under $2 million in tax revenue this year. Our projected operating budget is about 1.9. That depends on a couple of different things. I find we're running about 100,000 under budget most years. And then what we do with that under budget is put it away in our cash reserves. That's becoming more and more strategically important for us because there's some significant cash expenditures, some operational and capital expenditures that are coming up here for us in the near future. That really speaks to what's happening next. The 2 big issues that we're running into, we spent a lot of time getting our staffing in place. We feel really good about the strategic staffing plan in some of the recent structure fires and other stuff that we've had that are major incidents. It's really paid off to have those 2 companies in place. One of the big issues we're running into is that we're housing them in a 40-year-old pole barn at the Skylight station, and there's some significant structural issues, like it's going to fall down in about 2 years. And so a pretty pressing thing is replacing that Skylight station. So we're trying to do that in the next couple years here. That's going to incur some significant additional capital outlay and some additional debt. Currently, our only debt is the debt on the Goshen Firehouse. We'll pay that off in about 8 years, and the idea is to get a new bond, defer that for 8 years, and then start payment on that. Along with that, we have an aging rolling stock, so our trucks need to be replaced. So we're looking here 5-6 years having to replace those as well. And so, our planning looks out about 10 years, and when we look at it in sort of that distance, the idea would be to occur as little debt as possible. That's always been our philosophy. We don't hold a line of credit. We don't gap between our tax income. And I think to responsibly do that in balance with the tax income, we went ahead and made a decision to raise the tax rate 0.5 cent. So we're at 9.5 from 9. Just as sort of a focus on that, about 8 years ago, we actually lowered our tax rate from 10 back to 9. So we've come up 0.5 cent in the middle there. I think that's important for a couple reasons. It keeps our debt down, keeps our income where we need to be as we grow. The other thing is that as we're looking at the bond, it actually ensures a little bit better interest rate on our bond because Moody's is looking at that when they look at our rating and they say, okay, you've got room to grow, so we didn't necessarily go to that 10 cent. That gives us some credit to them when they're looking at it that way. Right? So a bunch of stuff happening for us, replacing a lot of the stuff that's starting to age out, including, unfortunately, that firehouse, which has served its duty for the last 40 years. You all have any questions?
Right, Chief Brown here. I didn't really introduce you. I thought I thought you'd say your own name, but it's Hewitt Brown. Okay, happy to have you here today. Do you have on the replacement for Skylight? Do you have any drawings or any idea about how much money you might spend on that?
Yeah,
building?
so we're sort of in the phase of finalizing the drawing so we can start putting stuff out to bid, and it kind of blows my mind to even say this, but you're probably looking at about a $3 million expenditure for the type of firehouse we need to build there. And that is after a significant amount of cutting what we thought we were first going to be building. And, you all have experienced firsthand the rising construction costs.
Right.
We're hoping to be have stuff bid out, and we're doing a open house to the public here in October. We're hoping to have stuff bid out here and be looking at breaking ground in sometime in the winter, weather preventing, weather allowing.
Well, you can't really give us a number. It's going to shock us.
What's that?
The courthouse went from 22 to
every
40
time I
million,
say
so
it, the
we're.
number shocks me. So,
We've already been shocked
I know.
as
Yeah.
as it is.
yeah, I see a couple hands up.
Magistrate Jeffries.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Chief, just the firehouse that is now there now in Skylight, will it be torn down and then the new building will be placed there? And what will you do in the interim while where will you put that equipment?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a careful dance. So the idea is to, if you've ever been there on that, there's a large parking lot behind it. That's where the new structure will go. It'll get built. There'll be really literally a matter of feet between the two structures. We'll operate that current structure until the new one's built, kind of run backwards out of the new structure until we tear the old one down, repave. So the transition is going to be a little bit tight there, but we plan on staffing full out because we don't have enough room in the other firehouse to put the other company.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Magistrate Hawkins.
Hi, Chief.
Hey.
With the half a cent increase with the tax, do you anticipate that the projected revenue will be an increase than if you were to have taken the compensating rate?
The compensating rate for, I'm not tracking on that part of it.
Just leaving it alone and let the taxes increase or decrease as they
I
should?
think when we base that on the projections that Baird, which is our financial folks, helped us do, looking out 10 years. And I think to ensure that as well as our continuing raising operational costs, it was important to raise the taxes to that. And most of that is also to accommodate for the apparatus purchases, because the plan for the apparatus purchases is to put that away in capital and then put about 50% down on each truck to keep our debt down. So all of that is accommodated in the necessity for that tax raise.
Okay, and then did you all advertise that there would be an increase?
We did put that out there.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep.
Do you have any, I think my understanding is one of the, I won't say dirty little secrets in the fire business is, but one of the realities is that better building equipment or building supplies over the years, more safety in homes, there have been fewer fires.
Right.
There's more, so what's your breakdown between fires and, let's say, EMS type runs on the street?
It's easily 90% EMS. Yeah. I think that the idea of measuring it in volume isn't really how we, as when we're tactically planning for this stuff, should be approaching things, though. Because when we have a fire, especially in my district, where you have giant 8,000 square foot houses like the fire that we had down on Rose Island Road a couple years ago. You're talking about major manpower events. So yes, it's about 90% EMS, but when we have an incident like that, it takes a lot more manpower, a lot more person power, yeah.
Do you still maintain a boat on the Ohio?
Yep, yeah, we have a smaller rescue boat. We got away from our bigger boat. We have a smaller rescue boat that we...
Okay, and then where is that housed?
So it's housed at the firehouse, but we put in there it's called the Drift Bars now. I've called it Heather's for years, so that's what I've always known it as. Yeah, and we're finding we deploy it faster, actually, because it's a smaller, more nimble boat than we were getting our bigger boat that was in a slip down there. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm sure.
Yep.
Anyone else? Chief, thank you for being here today. Appreciate the good
Appreciate
job North Oldham's doing
Okay.
and that you're doing there.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Our next item on the agenda is going to be another budget and tax presentation. This time, the Oldham County Extension District is here, correct? And I guess Tracy Misson going to represent the district here. I see we have several people here. We got
Tracy Johnson.
Tracy.
Johnson.
Oh, okay. Something happened since the last time I talked to you? Or maybe you, I didn't know you changed your last name, okay. All right, well, we won't explore that, but just say, welcome.
It's best not to.
And Ken Hepperman here is, board chairman. Okay, go ahead, Tracy.
He's the pyrotechnician.
Is that it? Okay.
Password is incorrect. Judge, you got me all flustered.
Sorry, Tracy. Yeah,
I'm teasing.
Anybody out there, we know how to operate that? Or, is that you, Jay, are we getting there? Okay. There's nothing on my screen here, I don't know about it. Anybody?
There it is.
That's it. All right, thank you, Tracy. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you some of Oldham County's facts and figures. I'm Ken Hepperman. I'm chairman of the board for Oldham County Extension. My portion of the presentation is to highlight our 23-24 budget. And if you happen to be here last year at this time, you'll see, I think, that a lot of the figures are pretty close to what they were then. For example, our revenue for this upcoming year, we projected $1,074,000.
Can you speak into the microphone? They're having trouble hearing you in the back.
1,074,000, and last year it was 1,071,000. If we add to that number our cash reserves, we come up with 1,848,000. An additional 56,000 came from a refund from University of Kentucky. So if we total our revenue, our emergency reserves, and our capital, we come up with $2.979 million. Last year at this time, it was $2,938,000. I said, first one is $2,979,000. This one's $2,938,000, so a difference of close to $40,000. Now, our budget cost for this coming year, we estimate our personnel to be $477,000. Last year, it was $450,000. Operations costs were $238,000. Last year, $268,000. Administration cost of $119,600. Last year, $113,600. And we threw in there a potential capital outlay of $296,000. So if we add all our appropriations cost up for this coming budget, it comes to $1,130,874. Now, as far as our facts and figures for the budget on the numbers, are there any questions?
Your capital outlay, what's that intended for?
That is, we're always on the lookout for some property that we can do off-site that will be for our outdoor projects. And if we can, we threw that number in there, but we're always looking for some additional space so that we can have our youth and our 4-H members to be able to work outside and have an open spot to work with. And that probably would be outside LaGrange, outside of LaGrange.
Somewhere in Oldham County, but out.
Correct, yes.
There's less and less quality space that you might like to use out there for shooting sports or riding or what?
Shooting sports would be one, dog trials would be another. Gardening, master gardeners might have a spot or a plot out there. We've got all kinds of things that we do for the outside that we just can't do and hold right here now.
Okay, and I know that as far as revenue goes, your tax rate is what, 1.5, is it? Is that what we had said of that?
I will get to that on the next slide.
All right.
That's where my question was.
Okay. It worked. Our tax rates for this coming year, real property at 1.4 cents per $100, personal property of 1.43, motor vehicle 1.5, watercraft 1.5, inventory 1.43. Now, these rates are at or below compensating rates. The rates are calculated by the University of Kentucky, and from what I understand, the University of Kentucky gets its numbers and figures from the Department of Revenue. Any questions as far as what we're doing or what we did with our tax rate?
This is the compensating rate, but the revenue will be higher, sounds like.
By about, if you look at the revenue for this year, we projected, and last year, 1,074,000 versus 1,071,000. So there's about a $3,000 difference there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that because we've had significant amount of, increase in property. I mean, your rate can't change. It needs to stay the same every year, isn't it? I mean, UK doesn't declare these rates.
No, they don't declare the rates, but it was my understanding that they determine what the dollar amount is going to be based on the rates projected. So if we can stay close to what we did last year, I think that was the goal. That's the goal of all of this. Is that not right?
Well, if your rate stayed the same, but the amount of taxable property in the county increases, even though the rate stays the same, the amount of revenue generated should increase as well.
Correct.
But Judge, the rate did increase from last year. The real property rate last year was 1.36. The projected this year is 1.40, and it's not in our packet. I had to dig to find that, and it looks like inventory and inventory tax. Last year was 1.45. This year is 1.43. But the real property one is a projected increase of from 1.36 to 1.40.
And personal property is down from what it was last year.
From last year, 1.45. This year, projected 1.43.
Correct.
And on last year's this year we have watercraft. Last year's didn't have watercraft, but I didn't know, I assumed that was in with motor vehicle, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe you could tell us about it.
It's not new for this year. I know we've done it in the past.
I'm looking at last year's tax rate. Watercraft was on here at 1.5.
Okay, it just didn't make it on my thing. Okay. So in that case, would that have required it to be advertised, and then was it advertised? Because it sounds like it's going to increase. The revenue generated by the tax increase is going to increase.
As long as it doesn't increase by the 4%.
I don't see 4% on here. This says,
Not
this,
4%, 4/10.
and maybe
1.4
Mr. Baxter can
to
help.
1.36.
Okay. May I read a little bit of the KRS from where I'm
Pardon?
regarding the compensatory rate and if advertising is required, if it's an increase?
Not if the rate stays the same.
But the rate has increased in the real property from 1.36 to 1.40.
Confused by it, but that's okay.
What was the real rate last year?
Bob Dye?
It's not on here. Which one of the, and I don't have it, was it in the packet? Which one of your tax rates went up or down? I wish y'all would put like last year and this year, just so we don't get into this discussion.
As Ms. Hawkins was saying, the real property, 1.40 this year, 1.36 last year.
All right, is that the only change?
No, personal property, 1.43 this year, it was 1.45 last year.
Okay,
Inventory, 1.43 this year, 1.45 last year.
okay.
All right, these are going down
Correct.
And watercraft and
because you
inventory.
took the compensating rate.
Correct.
Compensating rate keeps your tax revenue flat,
Correct.
Yes.
okay?
But in this case, it seems as though it increased
No,
by
because,
3,000.
no, because you had, real property went from, you said it was 136 to 140, right? Mm-hmm. Personal property was at 145, went to 143.
Correct.
Motor vehicles was the same at 1.5. Watercraft was 1.5. Inventory was 145, went to 143. So you take those numbers, it doesn't matter which one changes. It's the overall revenue that's generated by the taxes.
And we can't see the overall revenue generated based on the increases or decreases, so we're taking his word for it. And it sounds like there is an increase in revenue generated. The KRS talks about that it requires advertisement or allows for voter recall and ad valorem tax rate for the upcoming year that is projected to generate more revenue than what would be generated by the levy of the compensating tax rate. But it sounds like the compensating tax rate is an increase, and it is an increase of revenue generated.
Those words don't go together.
So-
Compensating doesn't do increase. Those words aren't the same. They're two different things.
My question is, was it advertised for the public to know?
I know, but I guess what I don't understand, you said UK sets the rates.
Correct.
DLG is the one that's supposed to set the rates. So they get the rates from DLG?
Correct.
Okay, so DLG, Department of Local Governments, gave you all the rates to use. Through, can you step up there? Sorry. I know you don't
This
want to
is
be up front.
Kelly Woods.
Hi, I'm Kelly Woods. I'm the 4-H agent. The University of Kentucky does receive the compensating rates from the Department of Revenue, but then those are approved through the Department of Local Government before they come back down to the district board for their,
Okay. So these are
discussion.
essentially these are DLG rates in a roundabout circle.
correct.
Were they changed by the board after they came from DLG?
No.
Okay.
No, they were not changed at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ken, proceed here.
I'm finished unless you have some more questions.
All right, you've got quite a few more pages. You just brought these for subsequent.
I have one more question, Judge. In years past, when I was on finance, does this include I know, I heard you say something about the UK. Don't they contribute something towards your budgetary concerns?
Oh, the refund?
Yeah,
Okay, here's how it works. That involves our personnel and our salary.
right.
We pay the University of Kentucky X amount of dollars per year based on our budget. We do that so that university can cut the checks and they can help with the fringe benefits and the health insurance.
Right.
So the money we sent them last year was 56,000 more than what we needed to, so they refunded that back to us.
So the money comes out of your operating budget, basically, is gives you better buying power for the benefits, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. It seemed like I remember something of that, but that's a dollar for dollar, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question on 4-H numbers and a number of kids that are participating in the programs. Do you all have those, are those numbers staying the same, they're going up?
Can I hold you to that? We have three special agents that are going
sure.
to help us out here.
Kelly, yeah, they'll do fine, so
Okay.
thank you.
Anything
Okay,
else?
so are you saying this is, your part is finished, but other people have parts to go through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're getting it, we're slow on the uptake here, but we're getting it now.
All right, thank you.
All right,
I
thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Ken.
I think we're all having that kind of day. Well, I'll speak for me.
So Ken had to do the hard part. I get to do the fun part, and for me, that's agriculture. So I'm going to talk to you guys about ag in the county. And when I say ag, I mean, that's my job title, ag and natural resources, but I don't just work with farmers. And I have a coworker, Hope Gardner, who's the horticulture assistant. So we also work with any resident. An example of that could be like somebody brings in an insect from their home that they're finding and they want to know, is it termites? And if it is, what am I supposed to do about it? So Ag and Natural Resources it's not just about farming. So every year I talk to you guys about the ag census, and the last one was 2017. We're waiting for the 2022 to come out, hopefully by the end of this year or first of next. I don't expect a huge number or a huge difference in the number of farms. I don't think that's going to change a whole lot. The last census showed 466 farms in the county. The last census also showed that horses were our #1 commodity in the county, and that's not going to change. And the grain crops was next, then cattle, nursery and greenhouse, and then hay. There's actually a more updated survey that was taken just for equine across the state of Kentucky. And we should be proud here in Oldham County of our horse heritage and the business and all the income it brings in this county and how it supports financial well-being in the county. So we're ranked #6 in equine acres and equine value in the state. If you look at the dollar amount of equines sold in Oldham County, it was $28.5 million based on 2022 numbers. So that's up a whole lot from what we looked at in 2017. We're also ranked 6th in the state for number of equine acres in the county. So what do ag agents do? And some of this overlaps with what Heather as Family and Consumer Sciences agent does and what Kelly as 4-H agent does. We're tasked with doing classes, but it goes beyond that. We also serve as advisors to clubs. We meet people where they are in the community. We partner with other agencies. We use research-backed advice. So when somebody's trying to make an important decision, they're getting science to back it up or the latest technology. We do diagnostic work. We do farm visits. I had one before I came here today. So one of the things you guys may not know is UK also supports county extension by providing specialists. So the call I had this morning, someone wanted help designing a barn and trying to decide where to locate it on their property. So we had an ag engineer who came out and is going to draw the plan for this farmer. So there's a lot of value in what we offer in the county, and it goes beyond traditional farms too, and it goes beyond 4-H. Some of the highlights of our programs this year, pasture and hay, those programs get a lot of attendance because, as you can imagine, if horses are our #1 commodity, there's a lot of demand for pasture and hay information. And I included some numbers of other programs that we do as well. I mentioned making farm visits. We also train volunteers in all of our program areas. We have master gardeners from my standpoint, and our numbers are down a little bit this year, but they do a lot of work at Creasy Mahan and also Udell Gardens. So they support community and economic development in that way through those tourist destinations. And keep moving. Some of our upcoming events, we do a multi-county field day every year called Regional Beef Field Day. It will be at Reality Farms in Henry County this year. We do programs like rinse and return for pesticide containers. We do gardening programs like growing garlic. And we're working on a beginning farmer resource expo to help fill those calls that I get all the time, and you guys might get it too. Questions about taxes for beginning farmers, who to go to for equipment, or just any resource that they need. The clubs that agriculture supports here in the county, our Beekeepers Association is the biggest club that I work with, followed real closely by Cattlemen, our Master Gardener Association, and then we have a garden club. And that concludes my part of the presentation. I would answer any questions before Kelly comes up to follow me.
You do a lot with horses here. I mean, we don't have a show arena, really, do we? I guess things happen at several farms around 42 or something, but could we do something, or do you think we need something here to really show off horses more? I'm thinking Shelby County and their fairgrounds and the things they have there that we don't have here in this regard.
I don't know. I think there are always possibilities, but we do have a large number of we have several farms that have pretty large arenas and that can host pretty big events. So I think it may be just a question of seeing who's willing to work with us when we decide to partner for a field day or whatever, or other horse events that y'all might want to do.
Right.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
Good afternoon. I'm Kelly Woods. I'm the 4-H agent. I'm the one of the three of us that never has to grow up, so that's always fun. In answer to Kevin's question, we are soaring in our 4-H participation. This last year at camp, we had 317 campers, 29 youth leaders, 51 adult leaders from Oldham County, and that was the largest delegation that had ever went to Lake Cumberland 4-H camp. 7 buses pulled out, and we left on a Monday, and we didn't get home till Friday night. So we had a bunch of fun in the midst of all of that. But our volunteers, we had volunteers who completed 244 hours of camp leadership training, and then during that week only, 7,392 volunteer hours were clocked. So that is a tremendous undertaking with the 4-H program and with our 4-H families and volunteers to make that happen for our campers. And we go to Lake Cumberland 4-H camp. And sadly enough, we filled every bed, so that's what I don't think we can grow again. And I don't know if I'm ready to go for a second week. I don't know if I can do that. Another program that we have is the 4-H Communications Program, where our 4-H members learn to present a speech or a demonstration and learn those presentation skills, which are pretty vital, life skills. We had 250 4-H members present either a speech or demonstration, and Magdalene placed second at the state competition, so we were really proud of her for that. We, too, also have a horse program. Each one of our horse members have to complete 6 educational credit hours to be able to show in any competitive event. Their competitions and their topics focus around a lot of what Tracy was talking about: pasture, barn management, breeds, age, vaccinations, parasites, and all equipping that child to be able to take care of their horse, not just show their horse, but know the proper care. And Savannah Claggett is one of our 4-H members, and she won her class at the Kentucky State 4-H show, so we're really proud of her as well. Shooting sports is a program that's tremendous here in our county. We practice on personal property. We do not have a range. And this program teaches safe and responsible use of firearms and archery equipment. All of our shooting sports programs are led by certified leaders who have made a significant commitment to learning proper and safe practices to teach our children. And Andrew Myers is one of our Oldham County members. He was a senior last year, and he placed in the top 10 of the state, and he represented Kentucky at a national competition, and the team finished in top 10. And Andrew also received a scholarship this past weekend from the state for his participation in the shooting sports program. The 4-H fair, we had 429 projects entered in the fair, 67 projects went to the state fair, and we had 3 reserves grand champions at the state fair. And we're proud because this year our poultry club is the first time they showed at the state fair, and that is Bella Noor up there in the top corner with her poultry friend, and she won reserve champion at the state fair as well. We do a lot of programs outside of the school day, but we are also in the schools. You'll see that we're in most of the elementary schools. We focus with the 4th and 5th grade. We visit them on a monthly basis. So every month we visit and provide education in either agriculture, SET, environmental education, communication skills, and leadership skills. And then we have 12 community clubs. Many of these are leader-led. We would not be able to offer the program that we have without the commitment of all of our volunteers. And you'll see the list of the clubs that we have available that meet outside of the school day. Do you have any questions for us? Yes.
Magistrate Dye.
Kelly, I've spoke to you several times over the years about y'all's program with the students. I think that, giving these young people the opportunity to do things that they probably would not have gotten in the schools because, not everything when you're in school is something that may interest you, and these things go after their particular interests. So I think y'all do a great job. And you're right, without the volunteers, y'all would be lost. And
We would
'cause,
be.
it always when I go to y'all's dinner, it always amazes me how the little ones get all excited about something, and it's just great to see the family together and stuff like that. So I think it's it's important to help the farmers and somebody that brings a termite in, but I think that's great. So y'all do a great job on that. Thank you.
Magistrate Hounds.
Where do you guys do the display for the items that go before they go to the state fair?
They're at our office. We have it at our office.
Okay. That used to be at the fairgrounds?
It used to be at the fair. In 4-H, we have to have our exhibits judged because 4-H is different from the open classes where an individual can just take a project right to the state fair. In 4-H, you have to qualify to go to the state fair. So you have to qualify in your county to go on. And since the fair happens after August 1st, which is our deadline to enter those for the state fair, that's a hurdle for us.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Magistrate Jeffries.
Yeah, just a couple things. So I want to congratulate you all on especially on the 4-H program side. I mean, that's really exciting to have that many, young folks and kids that are excited about, agriculture and not only agriculture, but a lot of other activities and shooting sports and whatever. And I've known Tracy for years and worked with her, when I farmed. And I think you all have got a great program, and proud that, that Oldham County can say we've got I think a top-notch extension service and extension programs here in the county. So just thank you all for what you've been doing, and continue to move ahead. So thank you.
Thank you very much. But again, without all of the volunteer leaders, it would not be possible for Amy Logston and myself and Stephanie Willis to pull this off. So,
Right.
so we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Now, I'm sorry, Talia, I do not know your name, but
Well, good thing I do. So
Okay.
I am Heather Toombs. I'm still pretty new. It's a tough act to follow these two ladies, but they have kept me on my toes. I started January last year? No, January of the year before. It takes time to get familiar with everybody. So I'm the family consumer science agent, and we have some programming very similar to, I say Kelly is my role model. I want to have 4-H for adults. So, but I can actually work with children in vitro all the way to our golden years. So we do have food and nutrition and education classes, and we partner with, I have a coworker, Sherry Ragsdale, who does a lot of work with High Point Charitable Services, Bread of Life. She has drug court participants and several different things. She works also in the schools with nutrition programs, just nutrition education and programming. At the extension office, we have sewing classes for adults. This is a couple of pictures of an aprons class that we had for just any pair. We called it aprons for two. So it could be your best friend and you, your husband, your wife, I did one for me and my granddaughter. So it was a fun time. We've also had some bag classes where people have come in and made duffel bags, which is really similar to what 4-H is doing in the sewing. We just kind of bring it up to the adults, and they can have that class with their kids if they want to. So it's open to all ages. And then we have food classes. We had an excellent bread class. I think I was probably talking about it the last year. It filled right up, and people were really happy. So popular, I'm getting demands for it this year. So we'll have some more bread classes. We did charcuterie, and a couple of charcuterie classes. And then I worked with Wave 3 on, we have a nutrition calendar that comes out every year. And we did a morning feature once a month to share our nutritious recipes with the viewership. but it was really nice to have that video to use on our social media to get people excited about nutritious food, especially when he's tasting it, right?
Right.
And then I also work with the Homemakers Association, and we are celebrating 100 years this year, and in Oldham County. That's the Oldham County Homemakers. And this is a picture of us at it's at the History Center. They talked about homemakers and how they've affected Oldham County over the years. It was a very lovely event. And then we have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 11 homemaker clubs. I have to count. I'm always working on another one. So if there's something that we don't have and you want to see, let me know and we'll try and make it happen. But these individuals get together, some of them once a month. They do service, they do education through UK. We work with specialists also that have programming that pertains to individuals. What do you do when you're done with school? Where do you get the latest information? We have classes that the homemakers vote on and decide what they want to know about, and then we bring it to them. And then they bring it out to their clubs and their families and loved ones so that they're getting the latest information, not stagnant. And these are our homemakers upcoming events for 2023. So we run on the calendar year, the school calendar year. So we're doing right now Flocking for a Cure. It's an ovarian cancer awareness fundraiser. One of our club presidents, her mother passed away from ovarian cancer, and she really wants to shed a light on it. It's very curable, or it's a very preventable death if people take the proper precautions. And then we have the monthly homemaker leader lessons. Those are the lessons I talked about that they vote on, but then we have them at our extension office and we open it up to the public so the public can come and participate. And then I hope the fire department's still here. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna have a chili cook-off. It's a fundraiser for our scholarship fund and the homemakers. They do a lot of good service throughout the year. They do a scholarship for 4-H camp each year. I'm pretty sure they do it every year. And we're gonna do a fun chili cook-off, and we'd love to have some magistrates there to taste some chili. And then we're also gonna do a little auction. Anybody in the community is able to enter the chili. All you have to do is bring your chili. And then we're also doing the dessert auction, and anybody can do that. Enter their dessert, donate it for our auction. And I just like to brag that the last time I participated in something like this, my cheesecake sold for $135. So bring some money to buy some stuff. And then we'll have Kentucky Homemaker Week, which is October 9th through the 14th, and we'll have an open house on that Monday. We have we've selected Humane Society as our service project, and then we'll have a carnival that Saturday. And then we'll have a Super Saturday holiday event and cultural arts contest in February. That's just a few things that are coming up. And then on the family consumer science part, we work with, for September, you guys have heard of September. Are you guys measuring your steps? Yeah. So we worked with the Healthy Oldham County Coalition and the library, and we came up with some Tuesdays to walk, and it's been a really good time. We've gone to local parks in the area, and some of the comments I got from my Walk in Kentucky was a lot of people didn't realize there was all these places to walk in Kentucky. So it's been a good program in lots of different ways. And plus, we're gonna be at Shelbyville this year. And then I talked about our chili cook-off. Do you want bragging rights for the entire year? So you can brag for the entire year. We'll put your picture up and tell everybody that you won, so.
Do you want to give us the date and the time and the
Yeah.
location?
It's October 5th. It's Thursday night, 6 o'clock. It's $5 to, the general public's gonna judge the chili. So they'll donate $5 and they'll get to taste, and they'll vote for their favorite one. And then we'll have the dessert auction at 7.
That'll be held at the,
Extension office.
Okay.
Yep. And then I also we're working on Laugh and Learn at Centerfield. It's a pre-K readiness program. The statistics last time I checked was 53% of children are not prepared to enter into kindergarten. So this is another opportunity for us to work with parents and children and give them activities that will help them be successful their first year of kindergarten. And we're now working with, so this was Centerfield, and now we've added Crestword. So there will be 2 days a month that we'll be doing that. And then tonight, I wore my fancy pants. For salsa, we're learning salsa. So one of my initiatives is for healthy living is, you're supposed to get 250 minutes a week of exercise, and I have an hour of exercise ready for you tonight, and I went back. We're starting tonight at 6 o'clock. We have a international dance champion that's going to teach us some salsa, and it'll be a good time. We're going to do it for the next 3 Tuesdays, and I expect to see at least one of you there. At least one of you.
Chris.
Oh, I saw Stephanie's coming. I can see it. She's going to be salsa. Okay.
I had the
And
wrong
then-
salsa. I'm totally screwed up there. So.
Say what?
I had the wrong idea of salsa.
I know.
I was on board there. 250 minutes
We
of
do more
it.
than just food. We do more than just food. We did have a salsa class this past summer, and it was a good time too. But this is a different kind of salsa. And then we have an English muffins class, baking class. You'll never buy another English muffin if you come to this class. They're just amazing. And then we're gonna talk about beef dollar. Everybody knows that inflation's happening, costs are high, and this is a great program presented by a nutritionist, but she's gonna help you decide if you have to get that sirloin steak. Is that the cut you have to get, or could we go with a less expensive cut? We'll have chili at that, and we'll try some fajitas. We'll try a couple of recipes that you can see that subbing meat is not necessarily going to mean less flavor. You want to come? I can tell.
Will there be
I can
salsa?
Yeah, no salsa. No salsa. Yeah, there probably will because we're doing fajitas. I could do pico de gallo or something. All right. And that's my presentation. Do you have
All
any
right.
questions?
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
And, thank you. All right. Heather, thank you. And, all right. Well, any further questions for the Extension District here? We appreciate all the positive energy in the community. Good things are going on. A lot of people involved across a wide variety of activities, and certainly contribute significantly to the community. I do have one more question for Ken. The Extension District, implemented this tax, I guess, has it been about 5 years ago now, or 4? I do believe, have all challenges to that been exhausted?
Yeah. It's gone through the circuit court, it's gone through the appellate court, and it's gone to the Supreme Court. And so we won in all 3 cases, and it's over.
All right. So we needed to know. All right. Thank you. So that means the funds are not at risk in some way that they may have been prior to the end of those court cases. So, well, thank you all very much for being here. Appreciate you coming. All right. Now our final tax presentation today will be from the Westport Fire Department. Tom Grace is here today to represent Westport, and welcome, Tom.
Thanks, Judge. I am Tom Grace. I'm from Westport Fire District. Chairman of the board over there. Been fooling with fire departments since about 1975. So you would think I would be more knowledgeable about what I'm going to present today, so don't get your hopes up, okay?
Okay.
Our longtime bookkeeper retired on us in the last year, and a lot of this stuff was automatic for us, and we didn't even talk about it. She just took care of it and sent stuff in, talked to Tara, and we didn't have to fool with anything. And now all of a sudden, there's things being done that need to be done. So if you ask me a question I don't know, I'll get you an answer, okay? We are a 100% volunteer department. We don't have, I think we're the only department left in the county without any paid members. We do struggle with keeping volunteer numbers up, but so far we're still okay and just hovering right around that level to keep our insurance rates where everybody's happy with us and nobody's yelling, and when they yell is when we say, well, come help us. And then all of a sudden they get quiet again.
Nice.
Fiscal 2023, we did pay off our little rescue brush truck that we were carrying a note on, so we retired that debt. The only outstanding debt we have, we still owe about $100,000 on our one and only firehouse, and so it's down to about $100,000 worth of debt. So I think you guys have a copy of our budget in front of you or access to it, and you can see that we run about $100,000 a year is our budget, and we did not raise our tax rates this year. And just by happenstance, we generally go up about 1.5 to 2% in income every year in revenue, just because of the increase in the tax base. And so that's the only real difference you'll see in our budget. Besides the debt service is a little bit lower and the income's up just a hair. And our budget's been about the same for probably about the last 5 years. We've been hovering right in that 95 to 105,000 range, give or take, for about the last 5 years. We have started looking for and specking out a new pumper truck, which is about 3 years worth of income for us, which obviously it's going to be hard for us, but we're looking for some grants, and we're starting the grant application process to where we can help get some money from some folks to help us to where we don't have to try to fundraise that. But what we've got's working, but just like everything, just like I am, it's aging out. And so we've got that process started. You guys surplused a couple of vehicles to us back earlier this year. We appreciate Magistrate Woosley taking care of that, and we're taking one of those, and we're spending some money on it, getting it road safe. It had been, I think it had been a police car, and it had been road hard, but we still appreciate it, and so we're doing some things to make sure the front end's safe, and going to turn that into one of our command vehicles. So we do appreciate y'all doing that for us. I think that's pretty much the highlights I have. Y'all have any questions about the budget or anything that I've said or should have said or shouldn't have said? How about that?
Well,
My wife tells me things I shouldn't have said.
anybody have any questions here for Tom? Magistrate Jeffries, sorry.
Just a quick question. You all still have a boat that to access the river?
We do. We've got a boat, and it goes out. Somebody breaks down on the river, they'll call us. We don't actively go out seeking fires to put out, but we do go out and do river rescues from time to time.
Okay, good.
It's a small pull behind, hook it up behind the brush truck and pull it down and put it in there at Westport.
So y'all store it there at the station?
Yes, it's in the firehouse.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Tom, I know you have been active in trying to educate new trustees across the district. I think there's been some effort and discussion lately about maybe trying to form a trustees association. Have you had any reaction to that?
Just to update those of you who may not know what he's talking about, when you're voted in as a landowner or you're appointed by the judge to become on the district, on the board, they kind of just say, okay, the meetings are the third Thursday of the month, sprinkle a little fairy dust on you and say, here, go multiply and go govern. And there's really no training process or no expectation. And so judges all of a sudden, we're trying to figure out a way to where at least the people that come on new have some way, even if it's a half-day training course, to say this is what you're required to do under the KRS statutes, these are what your responsibilities are, and this is where you can go look for information if you don't know what you're doing. And so we're trying to, as we bring new people on and people age out, we want to try to educate them to where they feel like they're actually helping and they know what they're doing. And so right now the answer is I haven't done much, but we've been working on it, trying to talk about it. We're trying to figure out a way to and do it. We had Judge's Office hosted a countywide
Trustee
meeting. I couldn't come up with a word. Thank you, Judge. And there were folks from every department there, and we shared some best practices stuff, and we shared a bunch of phone numbers that none of us really knew each other too much. We all work within our own little silo. And so I think the consensus was that we could do a county-wide training for all the department trustees and be efficient about it. So we're going to try to figure out how to do that.
Right. The purpose of that was we have, I believe, 6 fire services working in the county, but and they all have equal, similar responsibilities.
That's right.
But many of these trustees and people leading these departments don't know each other.
That's exactly right.
The chiefs know each other, but none of the trustees.
That's exactly. And the management of the boards don't know each other and don't know who to talk to, and so LaGrange and North Oldham both are really good. They come back us up at Westport for everything, and so we have a real good working relationship with the shop folks, but not necessarily with the management folks, and that's what we're looking at.
Measure Woosley.
Mr. Grace, you just mentioned a boat, and your department has been very helpful with us down at Schumbach Park, spraying off the ramp and other parcels as needed. We had a meeting this morning, and we will be in contact with you to use that boat to repair one of our docks. So
I
just
saw
want
the
to give you a
I
heads
saw
up.
the picture of the damaged dock, and so
Yeah, we're going to need that boat to help to put some wood on the
that's
front
fine.
of it. So
Just let
somebody's
us know.
going to be
We
in contact
appreciate
with
your
you
help,
guys.
and we're glad to help.
Okay, thank you for
right,
being here
thank you.
today. Appreciate it. We'll keep moving now and maybe take a short break in a little while. We have excess fees now. County Clerk Amy Elby.
This is somebody's notebook. I'll just cover it up. Good afternoon, Amy Alvey, Oldham County Clerk. Have always coming with good news, and then we'll talk about elections after that. But the county clerk's office runs on a calendar year, whereas fiscal court runs on a fiscal year. So at the end of each year, the clerk's office turns over their excess fees. So we always hold back some funds in the event that we have other bills that are outstanding, or once the audit is done and they say you have to do adjustments and pay certain things. So previously, back in March, fiscal court received $624,584. I'm just round dollars here. We just recently finished our audit, and the audit took a little bit longer because the year was split. In 2022, I took office in August. So January through July was Julie Barr, and then August 1st through December 31st was mine. So they had to do basically two separate audits and then balance everything at the end. So with that being said, after the audit was complete, between the two accounts, we have an additional $114,659. And so for the total for calendar year of 2022 excess fees, the clerk's office has turned over $739,242.65. And then additional to that, as part of the audit, there was, as part of the preservation of all of the land records, we send books to a company called CoFile, and they preserve the books. So books were sent in late 2021, and the previous clerk had held the money out in the 2021 excess fees to cover those. Long story short, the rep that worked for CoFile didn't process them. They just kind of sat there, and we kept waiting to get a follow-up. Where are they at? Where are they at? Where are they at? Well, that representative no longer works there. So I'm starting that process over. So the auditor said that we needed to turn that money over as well. That was set aside for that contract from 2021. So that was $41,818.49. So since January 1 of 2023, the clerk's office has officially turned over $781,061.14. So that's roughly about $73,000 over what the anticipated budget of excess fees was. So Judge, I'll give you.
All right, thank you, Amy. All right.
So Amy, are those books still being worked on then?
So I've asked for an inventory of what those books are. And then I don't have the knowledge yet of the importance of ranking those. So I've gotten with the staff in the deed room and said, rank these in the order of importance that we need. And I'm asking them to rebid them because the contract's expired. So they still have possession of those books. And now I have an inventory of what was sent to them in 2021. So I have to put it out to bid if it's over $40,000. For that. So they're giving me a bid back of what it's going to do. And then I have another company that I met at the conference that other county clerks use that are a little bit cheaper than the company that has possession of the books. So they're going to bid the same books as well.
So you don't know yet how many more books we've got to do? And we
Oh,
don't know
there's many more books to do.
Well,
Yes.
I remember we talked about this before, but it was the cost of doing them. And I know Julie was only doing so many of them at a time because of the cost. But
Correct. Yeah, it's about $4,000 to $5,000 a book, depending on the distress of it, of the level of it and stuff. So the other company came in the other day and assessed what books we had, and he prioritized those. He actually worked for the legal libraries, and I just lost the name of it. What's it called? The
National
Archives.
National Archives.
For state. So he was very familiar with the process. So that was his previous employer. So he is now with HF Group is the name of the company, and they do a lot of other counties. So he came in and assessed what we actually have in-house now and gave me 10 books that if he were in my shoes, those would be the priority books. So I'm going to get the other ones back, let them each look apples to apples and get a new quote on that. But I have money it's budgeted every year, so $40,000 to preserve the books. But, you know, I had already earmarked the ones I was going to do and use the money that the previous clerk had set aside. But now the auditors say we have to turn that over. So I'm going to be behind a year. There's no time frame of when we have to, you know, a preservation cycle of how many books we have to do a year. It's just all in what you can afford. And we use our deed room fees for that, the storage fee money.
That's what I was going to ask. So the
Yeah.
storage fee money will go towards.
Yes,
those
that's what
books?
that's paid for.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Measure Jeffries.
Yeah, just a quick question on the preservation of the books. What does that involve? I mean, do they repair pages? Do they repair bindings? Or, you know, what exactly does it take?
They put them all in a new bound book. Some of them are actually sleeved. If they're really old and they can't be pressed and preserved, they'll actually put them in a sleeve and seal them on that. You can see some of the older books that are down there, but we have some pre-Civil War books of like marriages and things of that nature that really need to, and military, there's a lot of military records that are down there that haven't been preserved yet. That's important to me to preserve.
When they go through that process, do they scan those pages and put them in an electronic version or no?
No, because there's a chance it could catch that page when they go to scan it a lot of times.
Okay.
So they don't want to take that chance. But a lot of times it's just them preserving the actual paper, and they do some type of wash on some of them on the older ones to help preserve the edges.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Magistrate Dye.
Amy, when you worked in the planning and zoning, I know y'all did some similar to that with the plans and stuff like that.
Yes.
But you're not scanning this into a digital format, right?
No, they are not. I didn't bring my sticky note, but we are required to have so many years of records scanned, and I believe it's back to 1984. And then you have to have so many years of them being indexed. And I think we are back to like 1960 that have been scanned, and back to 1970 that's been indexed.
So
and we
this-
do that in-house.
Yeah.
We scan those books, and then the ladies index as they go.
So this whole process is to provide documents that are still usable, readable.
Correct.
Right. So after you do all this investment in these books, where do they go from here? Are they archived someplace else?
They're archived in our safe downstairs.
In the safe. So if the building burned or flooded, it may be protected?
Correct. We have some that are actually in the vault, in a safe in the vault, that are real old ones that haven't been preserved yet in the event that we were to have some type of fire or flooding, that they would be preserved in the safe in the vault.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
I have been to our Oldham County Library, and I may be looked at the historical section there, and I may be incorrect on this, but I believe there's at least one book that starts in 1824, which is when the county, and I've forgotten exactly what was in, but I've looked in some of these older books, and honestly, they had copies of wills or transaction, but it was all handwritten.
Yes.
You know, I really, struggled, couldn't read it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I need my magnifying glass here to go word by word, so
It's,
I'm glad
it's pretty interesting.
Yes.
Pretty interesting.
And also, even behind us here, I can't swear to it, but if you look at some of these books behind us on either side of them, some of them go back at least more than 100 years. And maybe back to the 1850s, some of them even. And they're right here behind us, and
That's straight
I
Jeffries
don't think they've ever been preserved or looked at. It's just the things have a way around government of accumulating and not being, they just keep accumulating.
Right.
When I moved in my office, I found a small lock box in my office that I asked, somebody who had been in my office for many years before. I said, "What's in that box?" They said, "Well, I don't know. I never opened it." So I did get it open, but it had been there for who knows when.
Yeah.
So
What was
anyway.
in it? What was in it?
Can't tell you.
I can't tell you. No, it was nothing. I mean, I was just a few papers, I guess. I've forgotten, but it was just something
You
that.
had your chance to come clean, but you blew it.
Just real briefly, update on elections. We have updated the postcard that we mailed out to every household in Oldham County. Tara, I don't want to hit a button that I'm not supposed to hit. Do you hit that or do I hit that? And I will get this out to everyone in a JPEG and PDF if you want to share it, either through social media, but I will also be posting it on my county clerk Facebook page as well. But just some key dates for people that are watching on YouTube. September 23rd, the absentee portal will open. Originally, years ago, you used to call the county clerk's office to request an absentee ballot. You no longer do that. Since I've been clerk, it's always been through the state portal. So if you're going to need an absentee ballot, so that means you're not going to be in town and be available to vote for the no excuse early voting, or excused early voting, which is 6 days in October, which is October 25th, 26th, 27th, 30th, 31st, and November 1st. That's done in my office downstairs. If you cannot attend that and you cannot attend the no excuse early voting, so that's when you go to the John Black Center that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to vote. If you cannot attend those, then you can apply for an absentee ballot, and it's all done online. It's sent electronically, the request to us, and then we mail you your ballot out. The only change from last election is one location. The Sojourn Church, which was located on Highway 42, we have moved that location to Goshen Elementary. So that's going to allow more people on that portion of the end of the county, maybe coming and going from work or taking their kids to school, things of that, or not to school, but in and out of the subdivision there. To catch all of that with Goshen Elementary. So we're hoping that that's going to take some of the weight and traffic off of North Oldham High School. But last election went very well. We did all print on demand. We're all doing print on demand again this time. So when you come in, we print your ballot while you wait. There's no fiddling through papers and chance of you getting the wrong ballot. It will print on demand your individual ballot. I had one other sticky note here. October 10th is the last day to register to vote. So if you have not registered to vote, you go to govote.ky.gov, and you go on. You can update your voter registration or register to vote. So if you want to change any of your party affiliations, things of that nature, it has to be done before 4 p.m. on October the 10th. After that, the books will close until a week after the election. So they have to have a clean closing date so we can get the correct voter rolls to get everyone the ballot. And then finally, we've received some calls in our office, and this came from the State Board of Elections. So there is an organization that is allowed to do it. They send out voter information to every they usually say they send it out to every household. I've never gotten one, and then this year they provided us a list with how many people that they send out to each one. But it's basically saying, mail-in voter registration instructions, telling you how to register to vote, and they'll actually give you like a little voter card to fill out and send in. But it does tell you to contact your county clerk's office or your Kentucky State Board of Elections. It all is legit. to do, but I would highly advise that anyone that wants to change their registration or register to vote to go directly to the state website, to not go through and mail your personal information in through the mail. That's really, all that I have.
All right, Magistrate Hounds.
Today happens to be National Voter Registration
It
Day.
is.
I saw that pop up on my Facebook
Yesterday was
feed today.
cheeseburger day.
Yesterday was Taco.
Yesterday was cheeseburger day, National Cheeseburger Day.
It's
But,
also Talk Like a
Now you're
Pirate
talking.
Day. I'm not
Yeah.
sure how the two go together.
but yeah, so right now we have adequate poll workers, and as always, I'm still trying to prepare for 2024. We know that that is going to be a big push, and we're going to have a huge voter turnout in 2024 for the presidential election. So keep your eyes and ears open in any ideals. I have a feeling that most likely we will be asked to have a second location for early voting, even though the John Black Center is directly in the center of Oldham County, works great. But with the anticipated voter turnout for early voting, I have a feeling that Secretary of State's office and State Board will require us to have a second location for early voting. So just kind of keep that in mind.
Could that be a tent?
Has to be ADA compliant. There's lots of rules on all of that. So, but yeah, just kind of keep all that in mind.
Magistrate Hawkins.
Is the Pee Wee Valley Fire Station, was that changed from St. Aloysius?
No,
Okay.
last election was St. Aloysius, and right before, well, not right before, a month before the election is when they had the school shooting, and the school was going to be in session. And they were not comfortable with us being there. So we moved it to Pee Wee Valley, and we just kept it at Pee Wee Valley. Because they couldn't accommodate both the primary and the general election each year. So I didn't want to flip-flop back and forth locations.
Right.
So I wanted to keep one primary location.
And when are the postcards going out?
Hopefully within 30 days of the election. I'm going to try and get them out early enough so they don't get mixed in with everybody else's propaganda that comes in the mail, and they'll actually read it. So, yeah. So hopefully,
Not a chance.
hopefully, the first week of October.
Propaganda, I like that
I like
word.
that too.
So
Okay.
hopefully they read it.
Thank you,
That's all
Amy.
that I have.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
you.
All right, I'm going to propose a 10-minute break here, and we'll come back at, or maybe 8 minutes, but come back at 20 minutes to 4. All right?
Second.
All right?
I should have peed.
All right, is there a motion? We go back into session, please.
So moved.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, moving on with the agenda now, we have our county administration. We've got item A, the bills to be paid.
I'll make a motion that we pay the bills.
All right, any discussion on the bills? All in favor, please say.
Wait.
Whoops,
I got a question.
okay.
It must have got passed the first time I looked at this. It was some music, I guess it was down in Westport. $3,700 for a band.
It's JD's,
Yeah.
I saw
Sheldon, it's more.
two different invoices.
Oh, yeah, you might be right.
Which one are you talking about?
I'm trying to find it again.
Is that the J.D. Sheldon concert?
Huh?
The J.D. Sheldon?
Yeah,
Melbourne?
that's it, yeah.
The
It's
total was
coming up
seven-
in October. It's the food truck festival at Windermore Park in October.
The total contract.
That wasn't, okay, they must have coded it wrong because it looked like it was for music.
It is.
It is.
He's
And-
an entertainer.
The total is 7,500, but it appears as though we're paying it in two different,
For
because
how
that was
long
on
was
our
that?
payables before.
How long was that for? One day?
So there's 3 bands booked that day. There's a food truck festival. There's 3 bands booked that day. J.D. Shelburne is the closing act. It starts at 2 and runs to 9. Saturday, October 7th.
Okay, all right, there's 3 bands. Okay, I get it now. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions here? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Next item has to do with surplus property. Kevin, were you going to discuss that, or it says your name here, so.
I was going to take it.
Oh, you're going to take it? Okay, go ahead.
So before us, we have a 2014 Ford Explorer that was a sheriff's deputy's car, and we talked about this today in the Finance Committee. And I'd like to make a motion that we surplus this vehicle and put it on Gov Deals.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Discussion?
Is all this stuff going to be, the striping going to be stripped off of it before it goes?
Maybe. Well, the reason I say that is because we talked about today, if we were to sell it to another police agency, that we would leave that equipment on there because it has no value to us.
Right, I don't mean necessarily the lights and stuff. I'm talking about the striping.
Oh,
Says sheriff.
yeah, we'll heat gun that off.
Okay, all right, okay.
I mean, we're not going to leave the lighting on there one way or another, are we?
Judge, it has no use to us. If we sell it to another law enforcement agency, if we take it off, we're putting it in the dumpster.
Okay, but are we going to restrict who can buy this, to law enforcement?
Right.
Gov Deal, we will take care of that through Gov Deals.
Okay. Well, I assume the answer is yes to that. Okay.
Yes.
Magistrate Hawkins?
And we spoke last time, we had a surplus property to include the value. So I appreciate the value being on here this time. So thank you to whoever made sure that happened.
That's the insured value. That's not the value of the vehicle.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
All right, got a motion and a second on this. Hearing no further questions, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Community business, first reading of a zoning map amendment, section 250 to somewhere, I don't know where is it, 250 to what?
I believe,
Section
Judge,
250-050.
that's correct. That would be a section of the zoning ordinance. Brian Fogel, Assistant Director, Planning and Development Services. And what we're asking you all to do today is have the first reading of repealing and replacing the section of the zoning ordinance 250-050 that addresses short-term rental properties, which is the technical term. The more common term that we're probably all familiar with would be Airbnb or VRBO, where we're going to change a proposal of how they're located in the county and then also what standards they have to follow. In response to feedback that we've gotten from the community, the Planning Commission Study Review Committee met on this in April, May, June, and July, forwarded a recommendation to the Planning Commission, who heard it on August 22nd, They approved it, and now they're forwarding it to you all and the other legislative bodies of LaGrange, Pewee Valley, and Crestwood for your all's review and hopeful adoption. You should have copies of the ordinance in the next 2 weeks. If any of you all have any questions about what's in there, come by the office, give us a call, whatever, and we'll try to get those answered for you. But then also on October 3rd, we'll be here with the presentation to explain where we started, how we got to where we are right now, and what the proposal is.
Question, Magistrate Woosley.
So the second reading is going to be on October 3rd?
That's
In a
correct.
couple weeks?
Yes. And we've worked with Tara to where the legal advertisement will be in this week's Oldham Mirror newspaper.
Don't we normally do 30 days between the first and second reading?
No.
No, there's, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tara, that after a legislative body adopts it, there's a 30-day window before the ordinance goes into effect, and that has to be advertised in the newspaper.
Well, we do have to meet certain advertising requirements. Brian, would you like to, I want you to summarize this whole thing, but the thrust of it is what?
Presently, the zoning ordinance is written to where the short-term rentals or Airbnbs are allowed in any residential zoning district in the county with the conditional use from the appropriate Board of Adjustments. We've gotten a lot of feedback from neighbors who have said, I live in a residential neighborhood. I should have an expectation that I would be protected from commercial activity locating in my neighborhood. So what we've proposed are some restrictions tightening up that requirement. And then also based upon the input we've gotten from neighbors, and then also what we've witnessed with our Board of Adjustments when they've heard these applications, we've come up with some development standards to increase the licensing requirement and operation standards to minimize the likelihood that when ones are located somewhere in the county, that we've lessened the likelihood that they'll be creating a nuisance for the neighbors.
Measure die.
Have you been following the recent publications of what the Metro Louisville is doing on the same respect about?
I am aware of it, yes.
Yeah, because basically you almost read one of their one of their paragraphs.
Well, I'd like to think we were out ahead of them.
Well, you are, but you're that far ahead. But I mean, but apparently
Right. But it is. It's not just a problem that's unique to Oldham County or Metro Louisville. And maybe the most extreme answer I can use, and usually you look to big cities for extreme examples. New York City has basically outlawed Airbnbs unless you are there at the same time as your Airbnb guests. Now, we're not proposing anything to that extreme, but it's just a reflection of the fact it's not a problem that's unique to us or Louisville, that it is a nationwide issue.
But you didn't finish that one sentence. You said you're not doing it. You should have said yet, because it's coming.
Measure Tice.
One of the things, Brian, let me ask you, as I was reading it the other day, and I think I read it correctly, is that if your subdivision had in their covenants and restrictions anti-Airbnb,
Commercial activities.
that our planning and zoning would be supportive of that.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is one of the changes that we've made, or that we're proposing to make.
Yeah, and I think that's a real positive for the subdivisions that exist throughout the county, that they need somehow to be made aware of this, so if they want to address this, they can, before anything happens. And so I was real impressed with that, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you guys on October 3rd.
Or whenever.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we're up to the litter abatement grant application. Becky.
Thank you, Judge. Becky Zockline, Solid Waste and Recycling Coordinator. I'm coming here today to ask you to give Judge Vogel permission to sign our 2024 calendar year litter abatement grant, which brings us around $80,000 to pick up roadside litter. We use community volunteers almost exclusively to do all our roadside litter cleanup. I think they do a fabulous job. And not only does that provide a fundraising outlet for our nonprofit groups throughout the county, but it also teaches young people how not to litter, and they'll teach their children not to litter. So I'm, once again, we'll apply for this annual grant, and all I need is the fiscal court's consent.
Judge, I'd like to make a motion that, that we allow Judge Vogel to apply for to sign the application for the 2024 litter abatement grant. And then if given the privilege to have the grant, to then accept the grant if awarded to Oldham County.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Becky, 1 minute. We have at least one sign in the county, I believe a blue sign on 146 that says this particular area patrolled and kept litter free by such and such a family. There may be other signs like that in the county. In 16 or 17 years on this board, I have never heard of or met the family that is supposedly picking up litter on 146. I'd like to see what you could do about getting those signs on what we have going here.
I'm in contact because I've applied and had placed our own signs for Leaders Don't Litter stretches of road that I personally make sure are clean. Not, well, through my job, through my volunteers, make sure that those stretches get clean. I did meet one family that does clean a section of 146. Here's the deal. They only have to go out twice a year.
Well, like I say, I'm not aware of who these people are. I've never met them.
I've met one family.
Well,
I have.
I think it's pretty strange that in the length of time that we've been doing this,
And I do know
who this is. We pick it up
Yeah.
all the rest. I think those signs are inappropriate here. So I'd like you
Okay.
to get them down.
So even the Leaders Don't Litter ones?
No, I didn't say that. I said
Oh.
I said the signs
The
with the
family
names
ones.
of
Okay.
people on them that I have no idea. We don't, if they collect twice a year, great, but frankly, I don't think we need it from them. We're taking care of it ourselves.
Okay. Okay.
Ju-
It's a state program, so I don't.
Judge,
Thought they
isn't
paid
that,
for those
if you're talking about a state road, isn't that part of the Adopt a Highway plan?
Yeah, it is.
Well, it is, but who's adopted and who's done it? Like I say, in the
What I was saying.
17 years I've been sitting here, I've never met who did it and adopted it, or just the name hanging out there. I don't think they're doing it. I see our people out there, but I never see anybody else.
Oh, no, I'm not doubting what you're saying. That's not, but if it's a state highway and it's a state program, I think we need to be careful about who we.
Well, I didn't say, I just said, try to talk to whoever it is that, you know.
Okay.
to get
And we
them.
don't
I
need
didn't
to-
say we would
we
take
don't-
them
no.
down. Yeah, right. I understand.
We don't need to do any more for the state highways than we're already doing.
Well, I mean, they're not doing it for us. Really, yeah, right. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We can
Thank you.
talk further about it. Okay. Next item is personnel actions here. Ms. Tina Shove.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Very quickly, I hope. We have 3 new hires for the court today. We have a new hire at the Parks Department, Hannah Pittman, the building monitor at $10 an hour, effective tomorrow. Can I do all 3 of them, Judge? You want to just go through them? or-
No, just take them all at once here.
Okay. Then we have a dispatch, new hire, Patty Sanchez, a telecommunicator 2, as a 5-year lateral at $28.24 an hour, and that'll be effective on October 2nd. And then for police, we have a new hire, Evan Harrod, as a school resource officer at $32.70 for a base hourly rate, and that's effective on the 20th, tomorrow. And he's a contract employee, so there's a contract attached as well.
Judge, I'll make the motion that we hire those 3 individuals.
Second. Second.
Is there any discussion here on these hires? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Tina, does that make the dispatch fully staffed?
Yes.
And then we have all the SROs hired then now?
Yes. Okay. Evan's the last one.
And we're still short on the police department, the patrol officers, right? 2?
Is it 2 or 3?
3?
3,
Okay.
yeah. 3.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
As we mentioned at the top of the meeting, we'd like to insert at this time the first of 2 items to be discussed in closed session. No, I want to read off the first thing I'm going to do is read where did I lose? Here it is, okay. The first item would be a closed session pursuant to 61.810 subsection F. Discussions or hearings which might lead to the appointment, discipline, or dismissal of an individual employee, member, or student body without restricting that employee, member, or student's right to a public hearing if requested. And for that particular one, we won't have any outside individuals other than our county attorney and our deputy judge. For the second one, which is listed on the agenda here, that this is a closed session pursuant to a KRS 61.810 subsection B, deliberations on the future acquisition or sale of real property by a public agency. That one, we have Deputy Nuss, Barry Baxter, Tim Wakefield, Greg Smith, and Barry Laws, as these individuals are asked to come to the meeting. So they'll,
Would you like to take them
Mr.
both?
Laws will remain in the hall until invited into the meeting if that occurs. So a motion to go into executive session,
I'll make
please.
that motion, Judge.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us resume for the balance of our fiscal court meeting today. Is there a motion? We go back into session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're going to do that. We'll move on now with board appointments, and I have an appointment here to the Oldham County Library Board. I'd like to appoint Jeff Dowd to a term that would expire October 1st, 2027. Jeff is a business development and master planning and analytics person with the director of analytics at Churchill Downs, and has worked previously with numerous airports throughout the world, providing analysis and planning services. He has 2 young children, and they like to spend Saturdays at the library, engaging in programming in the children's area. And he'd like to work to help the library expand programming and connect the community with resources throughout the library. So I'd like to ask for I'm going to nominate Jeff Dowd.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this?
Judge, I have discussion.
Magistrate Hawkins.
I have a couple of issues with this whole process. The first being there were several people that placed applications to be on this very important appointment of the library board, and several who did not get called for an interview. At the Oldham County Public Library special meeting on August 5th, under new business, it states interviews were conducted for Board of Trustee applicants. It sounds like, according to these minutes, that only 4 or 5 were considered to be privileged enough to get the interview. I know that in many of the applications, there was an effort to ensure that the board is equitable and inclusive. We don't want to include or exclude anybody from the opportunity to have a fair shot at that position. And clearly, some people have been excluded from the process entirely, and therefore from even having an equal opportunity to be interviewed for the position. And I'm not sure that's a fair way of going about placing somebody on this very important library board where our children are involved. I'm sure Mr. Dowd would be a great candidate for this position, but I have concerns. I don't think that this position has been vetted out enough, and there are other extremely qualified candidates who have been here more than a couple of years in the county. And as of right now, I don't think we know even why those other candidates haven't been interviewed. And I think that's an important thing that we need to know before we appoint somebody. And we've seen some of the extreme circumstances that have taken place regarding our literature that our kids have been subjected to in our libraries. And I think we as a fiscal court need to understand how important this position is and to be able to do something with this opportunity to stop some of this extreme exposure. So I would like to move to table this, and that's my position.
Judge, as a point of order, the statute that actually Magistrate Hawkins gave to me in the meeting that relates to this is KRS 173.340. And this does not appear to me, based upon the statute, to be something that there needs to be a vote about. It says in the statute, in cities, the trustees shall be appointed by the mayor, and in counties, they shall be appointed by the county judge executive. So it's not, you're not making a recommendation as to who is appointed. You are making the appointment. So this is not certainly the objections to the people are relevant things that the magistrates can call to your attention, but this is not something that needs to be voted on by the court. It is your appointment. So, from that perspective, this is not a vote. You make a decision, and they can complain at you all they want, but you get to make the decision.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Baxter, in this letter that came down from Andy Bashir's office under the Education and Labor Cabinet, I'll quote it, "As required by KRS 173, this appointment is to be made by you," and this is addressed to Honorable David Vogel, "is to be made by you, quote, with the approval of the fiscal court," end quote. And so I wonder if there's other language in that KRS 173 besides the 2 pages that I sent you, that would indicate that, in fact, I'm sure this wouldn't come from the state, the Education and Labor Cabinet with Andy Bashir's name on it, that says with the approval of fiscal court, if that wasn't true.
And if that's the answer, again, if somebody wants to give me something before a meeting and let me research it, I'm glad to do it. But the problem I have is when we get into the meeting and I'm asked during the course of a meeting, and no disrespect to you, you're the one that gave me the statute, and I'm reading out of the statute that you cited me to. So that's what the clear language of the statute is. If this is, I'll be glad to look into this and report back to you all 2 weeks from now. But the way the statute reads to me, this does not indicate to me that this is something that the fiscal court votes on.
What I noticed as well is that there was no indication either that this applicant should be applying to the library board. And then therefore, the library board sending those recommendations to the KDLA and them sending their recommendations back. I didn't see anything in the KRS, and there's hundreds of portions of this KRS. I didn't see anything that indicated that that would even need to be the case. The only thing that I've seen is that it's up to this body to accept the applicants, and then if the judge wants to interview them, then we move forward. But the KDLA at the state board, this Education and Labor Cabinet under our governor, doesn't even need to happen from what I found. And that's why I was sending that to you, saying, do you see something in here that mentions KDLA, that mentions Oldham County Library Board, Trustee Board? This is an important appointment, and I didn't see anything where either of those two entities need to be involved, the Oldham County Library Board nor the KDLA.
Judge, I see with Twix and Tween here. First, Magistrate Hawkins has brought up the fact that there seems to be an impropriety about not giving certain people an opportunity for whatever reason to be considered for the position. And now the county attorney says that we don't even vote on it. Now, Mr. Baxter, would that be for any and all appointments further?
Judge, I hate to interrupt here, but I think we're out of bounds because a motion to table is not debatable. There's a motion on the floor, and if it was seconded, then there's no debate. You vote on it. And so that's just a point of order. But a motion to table is not debatable.
A motion to table has to be on something that is debatable, that's votable. I don't think.
Well, I hate to disagree, but Robert's rules is if there's a motion to table that is non-debatable.
But there was already a motion to approve, so that her motion is not in play.
Well, and it may not matter. It may be moot, because if it's the judge's decision, you can table it all day long, but the reality of it is, if the statute says this, and if the statute is controlling, which I can't say there's not other language in here that gives it some other meaning to this, but if the statute is controlling, you all are making a motion that is an advisory motion only.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Should we allow you time to maybe read the whole, it's long, KRS 173.
Judge, I think if you go one way or the other, it's not going to, we need to get down to the bottom line here. I think you need to withdraw your appointment until we can get some clarity.
Well, the fact of the matter is that I have interviewed Mr. Dowd. I'm satisfied with his credentials, experience, and intention, and I have no intention of nominating any other person regardless of what happens here. So I'm going to nominate Mr. Dowd, and I'm going to go forward with Mr. Dowd, and whether we go forward today or 2 weeks from now or 6 months from now, I'm not going to nominate another person, so there is no point in going through this exercise. I've interviewed this gentleman. I think he's a fine gentleman, He has good intentions for trying to be on the library and serve the library. There is no need to drag him through a circumstance that was beyond his. He did not decide who the library board interviewed. They chose to interview a number of applicants, and I have spoken to the librarian about the fact that it came to my attention that some people were not interviewed. One person who was not interviewed, I was told they never received his application. Okay? That's all I can go on there. 2 other people were not chosen to be interviewed because of circumstances that were not revealed to me, but I believe the board felt they were legitimate circumstances not to consider those persons to be interviewed. So I would prefer that every candidate who comes before the library board is interviewed. I don't like any shortcuts or someone saying that there is a justification that is beyond allowing that person to come and speak to the board. But there were, I know who those people are. I'm not going to reveal their names. That was a decision of the library board. So I've spoken about this. This has to do with the culture wars that are around, and I'm very concerned as county judge, and I've made my concern eminently clear to the library, and I believe we're all on the same page. We are concerned about what books are showing up to be exposed to our children. At a certain age, everybody's entitled to be exposed to any book that's in the marketplace, but there are ages where people are too young in the minds of some people. We're not fooling, but dealing with children here. And the board is adjusting itself to come up with policies, what types of books are displayed, what types are in different sections. I'm confident and have faith in the fact that the board is trying to move forward to address the cultural issues that are abroad throughout the entire country in regard to libraries. I think we know what those are without getting into too much detail here. We don't believe in censorship on one hand. On the other hand, every single book in the library has been censored in some form. Someone has agreed it can be on the shelf or not on the shelf, whether it's recommended by the American Library Association or some other source. I do believe our library board needs to look carefully and examine the titles and what is being put out. I'm not saying that there is something out there that shouldn't be out there, but there are parents who are expressing concerns about some material that they have come across in the library. Not just this library, in our school libraries and public libraries everywhere. You can go to Barnes & Noble bookstore and see all kinds of things that you may think are objectionable to your family or yourself. It's a problem that's out there, or a circumstance. But I think this has to do. I've talked to Mr. Dowd very carefully and closely about what I believe the tack the library board should take to be reflective of the community as a whole, and I felt his answers were good. So if this is my appointment as determined by our county attorney, then this is the appointment I'm going to make.
Well, with that being said then, but I think what the county attorney said, that you don't need a vote from us. That's your decision, and we'll move on.
Right. And I will say, though, those who have watched our meetings carefully over a period of time, is that it has been certainly my custom to bring all these people to the fiscal court and my nominees and recommendations. We've never really had this advice before or this issue raised because we've never had, and this person in itself is not controversial.
Right.
It's just the timing of the circumstance now that libraries across the country are involved in to one way or another. And and I think our library is certainly aware of this, and our board is developing policies to be sensitive to the community as a whole.
So Judge, we need to withdraw the motion? Does the motion need
My
withdrawn?
motion to approve this person? Is that what you're saying?
I guess I don't care about this, I do care about the situation, but I want to make sure that we don't fumble the football. If usual and customary, what you've done, which I appreciate what you've done, is to bring those folks to the court. If it's not necessary, I don't want to make it as a one-off. So I understand your position, and I respect your position. And I guess what I would like to ask is that the motion be withdrawn. Not that you're going to change your mind. I understand that wholeheartedly. Mr. Baxter to render an opinion, and then we can go forward with whatever direction you want to go. But let's continue the playing field the same as we've done it in the past, if that's what we're going to do. If we change it on this one appointment,
Right, okay.
it looks bad.
I'm certainly agreeable to that. We can put this off a couple of weeks, and Mr. Baxter can research it.
It's fine, thank you, Your Honor.
He has
Okay.
nothing else to do.
All right.
You need a second on the table.
We don't,
I'm going to
It'll
withdraw
just-
the motion.
It'll just die for lack of a second.
I'm going to withdraw this for the time being.
I seconded it.
He's withdrawing it.
So
Okay.
that withdrawing is effectively tabling.
I understand, I just disagree. We've done it this way for a long time. We do it because you get buy-in from magistrates. You made the recommendation, he's qualified, you've interviewed him like you do every other appointment, and I feel like we need to go forward with him. Just because he's here and they have an appointment, as Magistrate Hawkins said, this is a very important position. Their board needs to have all of their full members on there, and we have him on the table today, and I think we should need to go forward with it. Up and down vote on it.
Okay, then we have to, I'll have to back up and ask Mr. Baxter again. I made a motion, we had a second, we had a table. What is our next move?
Well, Judge, again, if you all choose to vote on something that is your decision, I mean, they can vote against you, and you can still appoint Mr. Dowd. So it's an advisory vote based upon the 3 minutes of review of the statute that I have made. So that's all it is at this point, is the magistrates are either going to say, good job, Judge, or they're going to say, you're wrong, and you still have the right to do exactly what you've done, which is to appoint this gentleman. And again, I haven't read all of Chapter 173. Yeah. I haven't called the state to make an inquiry. I don't know if anybody, has made any other inquiry about this, but, this is all that I have. And the clear language of the statute says trustees shall be appointed by the county judge executive, not with the approval of the fiscal court. It says by the county judge executive. Now, again, if you all have some way that you do this, but the decision is ultimately yours.
Okay, that has been a point that, if correct, has never been completely understood by me, because I have always brought people to
it may be different for other appointments. Yeah. Okay? This particular appointment, the legislature has spoken and says that this is an appointment that you get to make.
All right, what is the date of that KRS? Is that the one that was passed?
2014, and it's...
2014, they had, that was, library, appointment process was revised earlier this year.
It was effective January 1st of 2015.
Library Board of Trustees.
Oh, okay.
No red flags.
All right.
Barry, would this be all board appointments or just the library board?
I can't answer that question. I can tell you that this chapter, KRS 173, I think it's
But-
section 340, says in there specifically that if it's in the city, if it's a city library, the mayor gets to appoint them. If it's in the county judge executive gets to appoint the trustees, is what the statute says. Now, there may be something else in the statute that says something different, that conflicts with that. But you give me one piece of paper to read, and I can tell you what that piece of paper says.
In all fairness to the county attorney, we
Right.
should just give him time to do the research.
Yeah.
I mean, it's likely not going to change the outcome. I mean, it's not.
Because this does say regional. This doesn't say necessarily the county. And the region could be Oldham County, or it could be, because it does mention multiple counties. And if there are multiple counties involved, like say 5 counties, then the board needs one appointed person from each county. I mean, but there's more than just, what I sent you is 173, sorry, .340. There are hundreds under the library situation under KRS 173. And I agree with Magistrate Hounds that we should allow you the opportunity to look into this. And the reason why I was sending you this particular page is because there was no indication that KDLA or the local library board would need to be a part of this, which is in conflict with what this letter from Andy Bashir's office says, with the approval of the fiscal court, KRS 173. So I agree with Magistrate Hounds to allow you the opportunity to kind of read this over and tell us the direction we need to go to stay
Baxter
legal.
have a copy of that letter?
No, sorry. This was all today.
All right.
But I'll give you this, Mr. Baxter.
I'll take, I think we had a motion to table this. That would be an advisory motion, I guess. I mean, I'm willing to go forward if we have the votes to go forward with this. And, I don't know where we are on the thing. It's, Woosley wants to take a vote on this individual today, is that right?
We've never veered from that, and I don't want to see us setting a precedent where fiscal court loses the ability to support your nomination or vote against your nomination to any board, not necessarily the library board, any board.
Please understand, the person currently in there doesn't get finished until September 30th, so there won't be a vacancy.
I understand that. We've said we don't want to drag any candidate through the mud, and here we have now publicly drug somebody through the mud.
It's not him, it's how it was handled, and then what the statute actually says. It has nothing to do with him. And he'd probably make a very great person for this board.
So what do you hope to achieve by waiting?
Clarity and
Clarity in what regard?
And also to not exclude other, if that's even allowed, to exclude other candidates who have applied. But really, the clarity, who all needs to be involved, and is this something we need to vote on? Is this something the KDLA is involved in? Clarity, because I don't think we're clear, and we've never really had to be clear before when appointing somebody to the Library Board of Trustees. I think we're in a juxtaposition of a time here where this is a very important appointment.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and appoint this person today based on the interpretation and advice of our county attorney. I agree with the Magistrate Woosley that I don't like changing policy. I don't think, and if it turns out that this appointment is invalid based on his research, then we'll go back and do it over again. But if it's not invalid, then that's the way we'll handle library appointments in the future. The library appointments and all other appointments may not necessarily all be handled the same way. I don't know. I inherited this procedure from my predecessors and didn't really ever challenge it. And in 13 years, we've never had this come up before. So I won't say we have done it incorrectly by taking a vote on it, but today our county attorney says we that we do not vote on this, that I just make this appointment. And that's what I intend to do, but I'll ask for Mr. Baxter to research this further. If it turns out that this appointment is invalid without a vote, then we'll come back and take a vote. Does that sound reasonable to
Yes, Your Honor.
everybody here? Okay. All right, then I'm going to appoint Mr. Dowd to the Library Board. The next one is also an appointment to the Library Board. This is the reappointment of Michael Plumley, that is, to the board for a term to expire October 1st, 2027. Mr. Plumley has been on the board. He took the place of an individual who passed away, David Hutchinson. He fulfilled the balance of Mr. Hutchinson's term, and now I'm appointing him to a 4-year term of his own. Finally, now here's another one. This is Ambulance Taxing Board. Mr. Baxter, do we have any idea?
Haven't looked at it, Your Honor.
If this one, all right, this one here, we will follow the procedure that has been followed previously. This is to the appointment of Panita Bradley to the Ambulance Taxing Board with a term to expire September 19th, 2025. Ms. Bradley is the Workforce Planning and Recruiting Director at Brown Forman and has also worked with talent acquisition for Humana and ADP, has a bachelor in Spanish and political science from Western Kentucky University, and has been an Oldham County resident, lives in Goshen, been here for 2 years. I think she'll make a good member of the Ambulance Taxing Board. So
Motion to
I'll make
approve.
that recommendation.
Motion to approve.
All right. Sir, we got a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries.
I
Thank you.
abstain.
I abstained as well, Judge.
Because I don't know if we can vote or not.
3 abstentions.
Okay. So noted.
All right, motion passes 6-3. All right. Now we're at the end of today's meeting, and we'll see if there are any final comments from any members of the court. And we'll start with Magistrate Likens.
Had fun today. Thank you.
Okay.
What about this property?
All right, Magistrate Tice.
Nothing to say. Thank you, Judge.
Nothing to say, all right. All right, Magistrate Woosley.
Judge, I just have a couple of events I want to mention. The Parks Department on October 7th is having a food truck festival at Wendell Park from 2 to 9. We have about 7 food trucks that are going to be there and 3 very, very talented musical groups. Again, it's 2 to 9 at Wendell Park, October 7th. The next event coming up is October 21st. It's the Spooktacular Festival, where we'll have county employees, other folks there with trunk or treat from 11 to 1:30 on October 21st at Wendell Park. That's all I got. Thank you, sir.
All right, Magistrate Jeffries.
Good today, sir. Nothing.
All right, Magistrate Hounds.
Yes, sir, just a couple of things. First thing is, last year we tried this and it seemed to work very well. I would like to ask the court members to wear some pink on the second October meeting, which I believe is the 17th. Second one is sorry, I didn't look up the date. We did this last year in honor or remembrance of cancer awareness. This is the 17th, so October 17th. I think we had 100%, well, I know we had 100% participation of the court, and I know that Tina said she would send something out to the members of the fiscal court staff. We're going to need to have a special call meeting, Judge. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, and that would be, is it the 26th?
Wednesday at 11 a.m. is the proposed date. It's the 27th.
27th.
Is that, can everybody make that date? Can everybody pull up
At
there?
11 o'clock on the 27th?
Yes.
Okay, how about?
At what time?
11 o'clock, is it, Michael? And
No, yeah, I just had 11:30 or something.
He's got Keiko.
Okay, And Bob, you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good with
All
it.
right. How about this side of the table?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everybody okay? Brent, you okay with that? Okay, and Wayne? Yes. All right. Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Kevin and
No,
Kevin?
sorry.
Okay, all
Yes.
right, we got it nailed down.
Wow, that was easier than.
Yeah, easier than we thought.
Yeah.
Judge, I'll call Brett, make sure he shows up for you.
All right. 27th, all right, thank you. Anything else, Chris?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, Stephanie?
On the, during the last fiscal court meeting, we had the chamber here speaking about the future of a sports complex, and I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that reached out and appreciated the effort put forth by some of us on the court. I don't think it's a completely dead issue. I think maybe the tourism portion is, but the march to move forward with something local or regional, I think is still a discussion that is needs to continue to have, and I just appreciate the support from everybody that was cheerleading and is still continuing to cheerlead for this this endeavor in the future. That's all I have today, Judge.
All right, thank you. Measure die.
Yes, Judge. About 10 minutes ago, the Zoom broadcast from the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet regarding the 71 widening from 329 in Crestwood to 393 in Buckner. If you're not watching it, you probably should be. More than likely, that will be available as a rerun, and I'm going to task Magistrate Jeffries with getting that information from him, since I believe that was in your district, sir.
I can do that, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. That's it, Judge.
Not my district, but I am road chairman, so I will.
Well, you can handle it. Yes. Or you can move it up the ladder if you like.
Okay.
Is that it?
Done?
All right.
Yes.
Measure Logston.
I have a couple things. One, I wanted to mention a passing of Jeff Jacobs, who's very instrumental in the Republican Party years ago. Just want to tell his family I'm sorry for their loss. And also, Mr. Fire Department, is this October 1st the burn ban lift in Oldham County? And if it is, I want to make sure that people are very much aware that it is extremely dry out there. And please be careful if it is. Is October 1st the ban?
If we don't see significant amount of rain, I'm pretty sure that the burn ban will be continued. I mean,
Okay,
we'll
I just want to make
work with
sure
the judge's
that,
office, but
that people were aware of that.
All right, we've got a little time here yet to see what happens between now and the 1st of October, but
Couple
it
weeks.
is dry out there. Well, something could happen. All right. I do want to remind anybody that's viewing our program that on October 7th, we're going to have a real big music and food truck festival at Wendell Park. And we have 3 bands lined up there for the afternoon from 2 to 9 p.m. The biggest name, I guess, that everybody would have heard of is J.D. Shelburne, who is a very popular singer. And so make plans to come on October 7th, 2 to 9 p.m. at Wendell Park. It should be a lot of fun, and we're hoping it's going to be that particular day. We're hoping it's going to be a dry rather than wet day, so... All right, we also, don't forget also the tire disposal this week, okay, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. From 9 to 3 on Thursday and Friday, and from 9 to noon on Saturday. So if you have some old tires to get rid of, this is your opportunity. Excuse me. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We're adjourned.